Hey everybody, welcome to a new week. How's everybody doing? Welcome into, and let's go through the list. We've got Sampai, we've got Priestess Thea, we've got Kaori Coyote, the Cyber Coyote, and we've got Priestess Thea, and we've got Nexu. Hey everybody. Now let's see if I can start a little bit of this. Yeah, there we go. That's the good stuff. All right. So today the plan was chill stream and factory game. Oh, let me. There we go. So last week we had just sort of started off Phase 5, and we'd started off this nuke plant. Well, I just sort of laid out the buildings, hadn't really hadn't connected any of the pipings or the power or the belts or anything. I had just sort of generally laid it out. Well, I've now come back through and hooked up all the belts, hooked up all the power, hooked up all the pipes, and it's up and running. Just sort of showing you what it looks like once I got it all hooked up and running. Nuclear weapons. War crimes. All right, war crimes. Don't tell fix it. That actually is not up and running yet. I need to do some more work on that. As you can see on the right-hand side, I've still got a checklist of, like, factories I'd like to get built. And that was sort of my general plan for today, because last week, we were kind of talking. It's like, I had a general idea for a new factory idea I wanted to do, but I hadn't quite, like, scouted things out yet. I hadn't quite figured out what I wanted to do with it, but I'd sort of decided it was going to be in Blue Crater. Did I just... Oh, I see. I haven't hooked that hypertube up yet. Well, I guess that explains why I went flying. Alright. Well, I've sort of got a train connection generally heading out that way, but that's about it. There's some power in the area, but I finally sat down and did a survey of the general area, and I posted over on my Discord, like this down in the About, or you can do !Discord, a schematic of what I was generally thinking for that idea, and I'm thinking today we're gonna build it. The idea was some fused modular frames, some heavy modular frames, and encased industrial beams. They were all stuff that I was short on. And I'm like, you know, I could easily build a support factory that does nothing but build this. Because all three of these things are within the same production chain. Encased industrial beams are used to make heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames are used to make fused modular frames. So there's a certain logic to this. I did an initial survey, mostly to see, it's like, hey, how many resources are there in the area? How much could I build? And I did the math. The major limiting factor is aluminum. I could pull down additional bauxite and create an additional production chain for aluminum to try and build it out further later, but here's the thing. I've already got an aluminum plant that's producing 1,200 aluminum ingots per minute. It's literally a tier 6 belt worth per minute. So, and it's not being fully utilized. No, not hardly. So, why not start with that? If I'm going to add additional aluminum production, I could do that at a later date. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking is the project for today. I'm also rendering using the DirectX 11 API today to see if that's more stable while in enhanced browsing mode. See if it's less crashy like last time. Because we now have the ability to select DX11 and DX12 in the latest patch. You know, select which API. Technically, the 11 is deprecated in Satisfactory, but it's still there. You can still use it. They've also got an option for Vulkan, but for whatever reason, it will not let me select Vulkan. Even though I can actually play other games in Vulkan, it actually will not let me. I think you need to be on the experimental branch for that. Just a theory. Ugh. Prune. Bloody. Oh, he ran off. So, I want to start thinking about how I want to get started on this. This also sort of gives you an idea of, like, this is my general process for a new factory. Start with an idea. Big heart. Do an initial survey and see how many resources are available. Plug it into the calculator. Fiddle with the calculator a whole bunch until I get something that roughly approaches what I want. Autosave. Hello, Mr. Bean. If anybody's arachnophobic, let me know. I can always turn arachnophobia mode back on. We turned it off a couple of streams back because Rika Reedman wanted to see the Spoodlers. current view distance, of course, does not seem to render fully across the crater. We have rocks hanging in the sky over there. Low poly models. I think if I can get through the whole stream on DirectX 11 without OBS having issues, I may turn the view distance back up. Pretty clear, it's like the graphics card can handle it. So... first thing I always think about is, like, how high off the ground does the first floor need to be? And what goes on the first floor? I'm thinking that's going to be the actual factory level, because there's going to be a whole bunch of, like, sucking up water. I want it to be, you know, as close to the water as reasonable. But it also needs to be high enough off the water that I can fit one of these. Ooh, hey, Kaz! Welcome in, cutie. It's the monkey cutie queen herself. Hey, ya Kibby! Hey, ya monkey! How you doing? Come in. Enough to give me... no, not enough to give the jetpack power, or the hover pack. I think I need a power pole. Yeah, there we go. Woo! Much better. Yes, we are consuming 100 megawatts. That's the hover pack. Okay. So we can see the incoming rail line up there. And the power lines are all in the distance there. And over there. You can actually see some geothermal generators over there at the sulfur nodes in the distance. There are actually a lot more resources in this area than I actually need. There's some sulfur nodes that I could use, but they're not useful for this project. There's some quartz. Could use. Not useful for this project. Now, for this, we're going to be mainly using coal, oil, iron, limestone, and probably some copper. And that's... oh, and nitrogen gas. That's over there. And essentially, you can sort of... ooh, piece of candy. Alright, enough stalling. I'm not going to keep this, just sort of getting a general measurement. Holding down control so that it's on the world grid. Not that I I really need to connect it to anything else that's on the world grid, but it's just... It's one of those things where it's a good habit to be in. No particular reason for it, it's just... It's a good, healthy building habit, I think. Well, let's line that up a little. Experimenting with a couple of new mods. I've got one that increases the range on the upper pack. I'm trying that one out. Yes, it's completely detached from all of Sanity. I know. That's okay. I plan to put some actual visual supports on it later. I literally just started. General idea being copper, iron, limestone, and coal are part of the primary components that are going to be used to make EIBs and therefore heavy modular frames. Then from there, we bring in the oil, making fuel. Combine that together with some nitric acid from the nitrogen. And that will enable us to build fused modular frames using the heat fused frame alternate recipe. That's sort of the general plan here. And I'm aiming towards about 50 a minute. Here, let me get the link so the chat can sort of follow along from home. 50 a minute on the heavy modular frames, 200 encased industrial beams, and 24 fused modular frames per minute. I'm going to drop this into chat. Boom. There you go. For those who want to follow along from home. This is going to be sort of a chill stream. Not planning on getting into any violent ruckuses or anything. I feel a little bad because it's like, I call this a chill stream, and then sometimes I randomly attack something, because sometimes the cat has to pounce. I gotta admit something. I don't sort of like the world grid, because it feels like it's at a wonky 45-degree angle to the blue crater. Like, I know that's the world grid, but it just feels... No. Autosave. Not liking everything here in the Blue Crater Valley being so low poly. Everything is triangles. I get that that's how the rendering engine works, but ugh. This game is hella pretty. When I'm streaming it, I want it to look pretty because it is. Try and show it's like, hey, this game is actually really pretty. Okay. Now we find out if that was high enough off the ground. Should just barely be high enough for the geothermal there, and we need to start putting down some miners. Iron, iron, iron. We're gonna need everything we can get there. There should be a couple of sandstone and a copper in the area. There's the copper. Sandstone's over there. Ooh, piece of candy. We're going to need all of the sandstone we can get for this. It is unfortunately one of the rare, precious resources because, of course, we need all the concrete we can get. The concrete gets consumed very rapidly when dealing with EIDs. Of course, Cass. When do you stream next? Most of the thing that's sitting there chewing on the encased industrial beams is actually the making of the heavy modular frame, so I sort of feel like I'm attacking the problem from both sides. Lucky boys. You know what? This stream, I'm actually thinking, like, I'm just gonna leave the wildlife alone. Because at this point, there's a certain point where it's just... I don't enjoy the wildlife destruction gameplay, and I sort of play this a little bit more eco-friendly anyway, so I'm gonna let the wildlife be. Let's start with some basic resource processing. Everything depends on sandstone. Sandstone. A limestone. Where's the other limestone node? I know there's two. Over there. Gotcha. Says there's another one 100 meters that way. That's the one I just used. Yeah, got those. Where's the next one out? Ah. Way up there. That's like basically in the Titan Forest. Okay. It's a bit far out. We could bring that in if we need. Limestone, rubber, concrete. Yes. This one, we're going to do all in tier 6. Gotta start some... This is the big thing about starting a factory. It's like, it's literally just, you gotta pick somewhere to start and just start. if you don't just start building, you just sort of sit there and think about it forever. At least that's how I feel about it. I will just sit there and think about it and think about it and think about it and then never actually build anything because I'm engineer brain. Just start somewhere. Start with something. Okay. The calculator seemed to feel that this was the most efficient recipe to use given our general lack of limestone in the area. No, your iron. We're gonna crank these babies all the way to the top. Oh man, do we want it. Normally, I'm a big fan of wet concrete. Try and maximize concrete, but unfortunately, or fortunately, it's like the calculator seemed to feel like, no, this was the better option. And I never really used this recipe, so I'll try anything once, right? We're gonna need to get the oil up and running to finish this line, but let's start with what we've got. Like, I have no idea how this is gonna go. This is my first attempt to build this particular factory idea. Let's see. Maybe next save file I'll do it completely differently. I don't know. Trial and error. Reiterating the engineer thing. Do it bigger and better every time. Alright. Bring a power line down. Hey guys. How's it going? These guys are all feeding the nuclear plant. The grassy fields theme. But we're not going to stay in grassy fields for long. We're going back out to the crater. Woo! Autosave. Wire too long. Now, will it reach? The answer is yes, it will reach. There we go. Add that to the power grid. The nice thing about Blue Crater is it's a nice big area, which allows you to make either A, really big factory, or B, lots of smaller ones. Nice, vast area. Drop that in the middle of the iron nodes. But we will want that in a few minutes. One thing I'm trying to avoid here is having the power lines clip up through the floor. I do not want that. It looks dumb. And I'm better than it, you know? I thought I saw, for a split second, a Sommer sloop in there. There may still be one under there that I haven't picked up yet. We're gonna need to bring power up. That's the next thing to think about, isn't it? What do you think, chat? Yeah, can't do this without power. One power pole to rule the factory. And in the darkness, find them. We're gonna call this Blue Crater. Okay. That literally all we're producing right now? Oh, no. One of the miners is not connected to power. That would help. It's always something simple like that. That one's going full tilt. Yeah. All right. We need set oil. Hey, Selena Foxworth. And hydrate 1 second. You got it. Why is that auto-modded? Okay, fixed. I mean... You're not the first to suggest that maybe, like, a new version of the model should have more of that. I don't know. I'm really happy with this version of the model. But hey. What's the Black Panther line? Nothing is so good that it cannot be improved. By more tits? Wait, no, that's not the quote. Fortunately, I'm sort of running up against the geometry over here on this side. I'm gonna have to do some explodies. Sorry. I want to clear these guys out best as we're able. Can I remove the big mushroom? That's the question. I know some of these are destructible now. Nice. Okay, so going out in this direction is actually quite doable. Come on, blueprint mode. Let's go. Thank you. I would never suggest a new model, just not enough in this world. Okay, that's fair. As a lesbian, I would agree with that. The world always needs more. Unless it's causing health problems, then, yeah, moderation in all things. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's keep going, then. There's a baby down there. I don't want to hurt the baby. Berry. Pale berry. Got some, right? Yeah. Baby, I really want to get you out of there so that I don't hurt you, but you're standing next to an explosive. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I want to get you out of there. Yes. Yes. Come on, baby. Come on. There we go. Now. Have to protect the doggos. How are we doing today, cutest tiger girl I know? Doing pretty good, actually. I was feeling pretty dysregulated on the last couple of days before I re-upped my estradiol injection. But now that I'm past that point, I'm feeling a lot better. Much more well-regulated. My brain actually like, is connecting thoughts again, which I really wanted for today's stream. Oh, did I? Yes, I did. Stop that. Come on. Putting these all in one row just isn't happening, is it? I'm probably going to have to do 2 rows of 6. Not 4. Oh! Hi, Rainbow Snow. How you doing? We have a slime fox wolf, and we have a tiny rainbow fox. Yeah, I think 2 rows of 6 is probably the way we're gonna have to do this, because refineries are just freaking huge. What's my spacing? Oh, spacing's bad. There we go. Wait a minute. We love our foxes. Oh, hell yeah. The output on this is residue and resin. So really, I'm actually using the wrong blueprint. These are the fluid solid that outputs a solid. Really, we want... not this one. This one. Let me plan ahead for just a half second. Rubber there, 20 of those. Let's put that closest to the cement line that's going to use it. So this and this would be the actual heavy oil refineries. Do like 2 rows of... oh, hang on. That was not facing the right direction. Come on. Oh, look, another case in which Blueprint Autoconnect is not auto-connecting. I love it. Three... 4... 5... I feel like the frame rate drops from dropping down blueprints are still present, but not nearly as bad on DX11. Like, I feel the frame rate drop, but it's not as bad. Hey, Rainbow Snow, did I put enough of those down? I am Water Slime Foxwolf. I desire all your sweets, so give. Arctic Half-Demon Fox... half angel fox at your service. Bows wool on tiger's head. I am good. Just saw the new emote. I have and I love it. Oh hell yeah! And the nice thing about the new chat is it will actually display it. 5. Yeah, I didn't put enough. I'm one short. Missing 1. Solid. And we're using this recipe. Six sets of 4 refineries, each using 30 per minute. That's 720. 720 divided by 2 is 360. They insert 360 in each. You know what I should do first, come to think of it? We have tower coverage on half the area. We should put a tower up over on this side. Does anyone actually use the power towers without the platform? I don't. I don't actually know why you would do that. I mean, players like options, so I guess it's good to have the option, right? Hell yeah, that connects. Alright. What you laughing at, cutie? It's very cute. I wasn't aware I was... I don't know. What was I laughing at? Get a radar tower up. Come on, connect. There we go. Blue Crater Tower. There, now I can sort of see what's going on. Okay. We actually have 6 oil nets here. $40 times 6 is 1440. Checking my math real quick. Yes, we are using all of that unoverclocked. Interesting. So I'm thinking one on each end and one that inserts in the middle of each row. Pipes. Pipes, pipes, pipes. One there. there. 3, 1 right about there-ish. Same thing here. Trying to keep my placement somewhat, consistent. Okay. We now have 6 insertion points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's all 6. Hi there. I'm doing the pacifist stream today, so you get to live. Hi. You popped in. You get to live today. Da, 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 da. Well, again, I can run around and look at it, stare at it, think about it, or I could just start building. And knowing me, I will just sit there and agonize and think about it for hours. I've got to just start building something. Hey, buddy. Can you... Thank you. Alright. How do we want to do this? Can I start a fire in the shape of tits? Well, I'm sure you could. Wouldn't even be too hard. You just sort of need a generally spherical shape, and then you put 2 of them next to each other. That's what the Los Angeles nuclear power station figured out. Only not fire. Concrete domes. Whenever you go by there on Amtrak on the Surfliner, it's just like, ah! Los Angeles's nuclear tits. Got an idea how I want to do this. Figure out roughly where the center line is. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So about here along this line. in the other side. 2, 3. And then go... Nope. Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking at all. There we go. That's more what I'm thinking. Apparently I need a little guideway on there so that it knows what I'm thinking. Straight line? Yeah, it's a straight line. Not that I really do anything straight, it's just... I want it to look neat. Yeah, it's... the folding up under the foundations that's really throwing it off. It really wants to be on auto for that. I did actually a pretty good job of aligning that. Never mind. I didn't need to. There we go. So in terms of the Wayback Machine show, I actually put some ideas up on my Discord. It's like, here's some ideas for the next series. Not that I'm planning on switching games anytime soon. I'll probably still keep doing the Command & Conquer series for a while, but general idea was after that. So I could start planning, maybe get some thumbnails made and stuff, and I was thinking I could do... America Mickey's Alice, because I do like that one. Another really old game. Another thought I had was Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the first one. That's a really old game. I've never actually played through it, so it'd be a first-time playthrough. It'd be a first time. I have it, I just never gotten around to playing, you know? I hear good things. I'm even like, I want to do a Tremere. I know nothing about the story. This will not surprise anyone who's familiar with me and my character with the tabletop game I've been playing. By the way, the tabletop game, Vampire the Masquerade, finale is this Friday. Finale of Season 1. Is that not lining up? Lined up there. I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into this, considering it's going to be underneath the factory. Nobody's ever going to see it but me. Well, and Chad, I suppose. Oh yeah, Mitha. Want to know what I did yesterday? Oh, sure, hit me. What did you do yesterday? Does it want to rotate? There we go. Neat and tidy. I won in Farlight 3 times in a row with my 2 main people I play with. Yeah, congrats! What's Fairlight? Tell me a little bit about what Fairlight is. Picked up to Diamond 4. Neat? I'm pretty sure I can't demolish that structure, right? Yeah. I'm gonna have to work around that. I think it was Apex's main inspiration, but you throw in some Overwatch-style characters and some Pokemon. Interesting mix. Cool, cool, cool. How about you? Can I remove you? Yes. It's a lot of fun. Ooh, congrats. Glad you had fun. I'm glad you won. You ranked up. That's awesome. And you were hanging out with your friends. So, win-win. Congrats. What the heck? Gordian knot. Pipe. There, it does it again. You ask it for a straight pipe, and instead you get a Gordian knot. And my BZ can run it, because it's a tiny light game. Oh, hey! Excellent. No. There you go. Alright. The last mile. That's always the more interesting part. Or in this case, the last few meters. I suspect we're going to need at least one pump on the source end. Get up the 40 meters in the air. I recommend the game. Cool. How do I want to do this? Ah. Where'd my camera go? Creep, 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 creep underneath. Oh, God. They say people's games reflect their owners. I try and do something straight, and I get this. Okay, come on. Let's do horizontal to vertical. That's pretty neat. Don't you think? Nice and tidy. Excuse me. Boy, so rude. But we're doing pacifist today, so you get to live. I just even sort of take the whole thing in sort of that general direction, like that way-ish, all 4 of them. Ah, which says ad break time. Okay, time for a break. Wow, has it already been an hour? Oh, yeah, it has. Okay. I've barely gotten started. Amitha isn't straight. Confirmed by game. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely confirmed. Alright, well. We do what we must do because of Twitch. Be right back. Everybody, get up. Cycle your fluids. Get a food. Get a drink. Take your meds if you haven't. Be right back. 5 minutes. Got some power. First stage pumps. Those two are done. We generally go up that way. Kind of what I'm thinking. I do this so that it looks nice. Okay. So far, so good. It's over there. Let's start with a little bit of this. Not too bad, not too bad. Got a power pole already set up. Power tower, I suppose I should say, but same difference. There. Those are up and running. Now we just need to go up the hill. A little further than I'd thought. How can I do this better? That reaches. And up the hill from here. Okay. Like, this is a perfect use case for the curved pipes. Perfect use case. Going up the hill. Then, like, maybe one last stack right there. And then we sort of split out to the two pipes. Oh, I'm a little... What I get when I eyeball it? I need the last bit coming right out to be fairly straight, because pumps do not like to be put onto curved pieces. They tend to throw a fit. This would be a nice use of curve piece. In fact, now that we have the up in place, we could just do that. And that looks sexy as hell. All right. One higher power pole on that one. This is going to have 5 connections. There we go. Oh my god, that reaches. But let's... Cause it clips through the terrain, and I hate that. Throw corn to your jester. That should about do it. I wonder if the descent angle is additive onto the pump's lift. This would have to be, wouldn't it? And this is why people like to use clean pipes. You wind up with the status collars all over the place. Not looking clean or consistent at all. Let's start hooking them up. Whoop. Yes. Auto connect. Cannot figure out connecting pipes. Some damn reason. Voila! Should have oil flowing all the way through this bad boy. We're going to need to grab some power and program the recipe. Hello, Master Power Bowl. How do I want to do this? Okay. Every once in a while I have to, take my hand off the mouse. Move my hand around. Starts to get cramped. Okay. And then just sort of make a square grid around. All of these are going to be heavy oil residue. Because we're going to be doing a lot with the heavy oil residue. In fact, just about everything in this plant is going to be made from, like, all of the oil products are going to be made from the heavy oil residue, except for the rubber that goes into the cement assemblers that we started with. The big thing is we're going to use diluted fuel blenders blending water in hence the diluted. Turn it into fuel. Now, let's check my recipe. Yeah, all of these are HOR. And then this polymer resin byproduct is actually what gets combined with water using the residual rubber recipe to actually make the rubber that we're going to feed into the concrete line. And then we take all of that heavy oil residue and we turn it either into petroleum coke, which will then get combined with iron ore to make steel, or go into the blenders with the diluted fuel recipe. Okay, that's a line of green. Now we need to hook this one up. Lurbo. Hooked up. I'm already seeing some yellow turning into green. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the good serotonin right there. And we're getting the heavy oil residue, HOR. So, that's our first stage. "24 refineries residual rubber." Which is only a solid output, so let's take that out. Solid output, literally 6. 6, 4, 4. Means we should be able to line it up with that grouping we just did. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Should be 6. Okay. Check some math here. Water, 960. So a single one is 120. So without overclocking, 8 pipes. If I use overclocking instead, that's 300. That's 3.2. It's honestly a much easier number to work with. Not gonna lie, chat. Not gonna lie. Residual plastic. No. Residual rubber. That one. Yeah. Okay. Now, are we taking all of the polymer resin? Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely, motherfucker. We're taking all the polymer resin. All the single ladies? All the single ladies. Part of the cleanup, I may take off the solid inputs. All the HORs. I'm not doing anything. Fine. And they're all gonna, like, come to a screeching halt because, of course, we're not doing anything with the heavy oil residue. It's just gonna sit there and bank up. No! Why would you think that? You know? Thinking about it again. 0.2 is actually... The problem is the 0.2. Whereas that's a solid number. No underclocking. No overclocking. Just 8 solid units. So 4 on one end, put 4 on the other. Simple. And I guess this is like one of those things that's like, the only math I want to do is Mitha is 1.1. 1 plus 1. I mean, who's the one on the 1 here? I've always sort of felt a little weird because it's like there's a certain amount of expectation in VTubing that it's like you need to be sexy to like the cis hetero male audience, and it's just like, no, I'm a gay woman who is sometimes on the ace spectrum. Depending on how I'm feeling at the moment, I slide in and out. I've always tried to really sort of resist the urge to, like, try to be, you know, the sexy... the sexy tiger girl to the like the cis male audience, the cis hetero male audience, and it's just like, no, I'd rather like the kind of community, like, I am very gay. Not ashamed of that. And sort of the audience that I want to sort of cultivate is one where we are understanding and appreciative of this fact, you know? It's the last mile. I want to solve this problem. Booba. Exactly. See, Seleno Foxwolf, you get me. You get me. I'm probably not going to keep these. I'm just putting the frames up to sort of give me a straight edge to work with, which is hard when you're not straight. I don't like that. Better. Do that? Yeah, but it doesn't look good. What about... Okay, that's more what I was after. Take those out. And... you know what? Leave that one. Okay, not too bad, actually. Not too bad. That's actually right in line with sort of what I'm thinking. In fact, we may even be able to sit here and go, take that out, keep it in straight filled mode, and just go like that. And now we've taken the free-floating union piece out. Okay. Yeah, that's better. A couple of things I want to do, though. Boop, boop. That it looks like it's actually supported by something. Okay. And I'm thinking I need a power nipple. Right about there-ish. Electrical nipple. Too far away. Electrical nipple? Question mark? Pump. We need exactly 8, so I'm pumping 4 on each end. And the thing about fluid systems is they really work better if you inject it from both ends. So I just need to do another one of these on the other side. Oh, did my alignment... Ugh. I fucked that up, chat. I fucked it up. Come on. Alignment. Please, for the love of my sanity, alignment! Oh. I'm so, like, I don't know, OCD about this stuff. It's weird, actually. Ugh. Yuck! What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Madre de Dios. See, that's more what I was thinking, you know? A pump, singular, and the powder nipple. The nipple of electrons. Bring me the electrons, please. The electrons, they must flow. Two, three, 4, and 5. All right, let's go upstairs. See how it's looking. It's not. Whoosh! Okay, there it goes. I guess it took the fluid simulation. Booba. Just booba. Exactly, Selena. Alright, these bad bitches are working now. Which means we should be able to take... these solid products and go over here. Now, for any of this to work, we need to get the other half, the heavy oil residue, going somewhere. Now, it's going to go in two directions, because we're producing quite a hefty lot of it. "20 blenders of diluted fuel and 24 refineries doing petrocoke." And that is a fluid in and solid out. So 12 of those. With an eventual output of almost 3,000 petrocoke a minute and about 600 fuel a minute. Fuel, I mean, it's just basically one pipe worth. And that's all gonna... Actually, it goes to like a couple of different places. No, it's like 600 to recycled plastic and 240 that gets used in the heat fused frames at the very end. I want to arrange this. I mean, I could put the blenders on this side, but then I'd be piping water from a ways away. It'd actually make more sense to put the blenders on that side where they're right above the water, and I could just pipe it up from below, which is the entire point of putting this down on the first floor. Anyway, all of the, like, solid stuff can go on a higher, like, floor up, and I already know I'm planning on going multiple floors up because, well, if you look around, you can see the train line is coming in from something of an elevation up there, just to clear the mountainside that it is coming in on. It's a few hundred meters up in the air, so I was actually kind of thinking of, first floor is just refineries and blenders. Come to think about it, I probably should have put these assemblers on another floor. Again, I needed to start somewhere. In fact, I may still do that. That's actually a really good idea. I feel no sympathy. That wasn't what I wanted. Oh, wow. Still getting used to a new mod that I'm trialing here. The hover pack one. It's got some quirks. My inventory is full of limestone now. Fine. I'm thinking... Here. Just for neatness. Put a little bin over here. All that limestone. There we go. Get it out of the way for a second. 12 refinery groups. So let's just do 2 more rows of 6 blueprints each, just continuing on. Except in this case, it's the recycled plastic ones. And I'm really going to need to start visually differentiating these. So let's pull out a swatch. These are the heavy oil residues, so let's do those in purple. If that makes sense to my brain. Tells me immediately what these are for. Okay, visually distinctive for my brain's convenience. These guys are making rubber, so I'm going to mark those in orange. Makes sense to my brain. And then these next 2, they're the recycled plastic, so I'm thinking maybe put them in cyan. Buildings. This blueprint. Doop, doop. Help me count here, Rainbow Snow. 1, 2, 3, 6. There's the first group. I'm gonna actively, like, build right on top of my master power pole there. That's okay, I can move that. Yeah, location anyway. Look, we're gonna have company. We're in conversation anyway. No, stop. Better. When blueprints go wild. We're actually running into this thing. Hitting terrain limits. The default auto connect. All right. Interesting. That's auto connecting. But not in the way I want it to. I want it to connect over here. Ah, hey, Blueprint Auto Connect. I missed you. Where have you been, huh? Alright, alright. Not gonna argue with it. Let's go with it. Ah, okay then. So, I have now learned something. That, the pipe stack things will auto connect in Blueprint Auto Connect, so maybe the traditional pipe stands will also. That's interesting. And back was doing dishes. Mitha is very cute. Well, so are you, Celia. Welcome back. I hope dishes were good to you. I hope it was consensual. And it's just sort of feeding the heavy oil residue there into the line, and that's actually working. It's flowing. Okay, so can we do that again? Not that it would be a lot of work to do it manually, it's just I'm trying to figure out how this new auto connect mode likes to work, you know? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That looks straighter. Auto connect. Dishes. Well, I hope it was consensual, Celine. Okay, well, that's flowing. I need to do a couple more. So, can I fit 2 more on here? I think I can fit 2 more on here. And these will be our diluted fuel blend. Diluted fuel blenders. I swear I can talk good. And that should be all the diluted fuel blenders that we need for this build. Yeah, you notice it's like these ones with the pipe stands auto-connected, but on the other side, with the pipe junctions, it did not auto-connect. So I think that's the issue, is the way my blueprints are set up, T-junctions don't auto-connect, but the pipe stands will. Interesting. So if I maybe set up my blueprints with these little homeboys, the pipeline supports, on either end, it might auto-connect. Notes for the future. I'm learning. Behold, chat, I am learning. Just gonna make a circuit here. A circuit of fuel. course, there are a couple other things of blenders that I want to put down on this floor. Mark these blenders. Oop! There we go. Mark these orange because, of course, they're dealing in fuel. I'm really going to need to start color coding these pipes. Like yesterday. Otherwise, I'm going to get super confused on what's going on here. Just to prevent backflow. Yeah, the landing. The landing is always the problem. Landing is not very gentle. Many 960. But that's divided by 2 because it's 2 pipes. 964.655. Yeah. It's basically 482 per pipe. Yeah. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Oh, I remember now. I was like, why don't I have power? Oh, I disconnected. Right. Because I wanted to move it, and then didn't. Electrical nipple. Actually, here's a ridiculous idea. Let's put it over here, where it's less likely to get trampled on by additional construction. Main pole. Feeding the system. We'll call this Blue Crater again. And then go blorp. Whee! Wait for the autosave. And connect. That'll be our main power injection point. Now I'm going to do something even sillier. Again, fluid systems really like it if they're double-ended. Alright, now. These bad bitches over here, diluted fuel. Blorp, blorp. Blorp, 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 blorp. Blorp, 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 blorp. It flows. It flows, chat. Alright, talked about this earlier. Let's actually do it. I talked about many things. How many do I do? Well, oh. Hello. Yeah. What I got that I have not completed the circuit on. Okay. There. I marked those pipes to make it clear. That is heavy oil residue. Over here, this end, do the same thing. Bottom is HOR. So that I don't confuse myself later when I'm looking around trying to troubleshoot something. It's like, which pipe? What? Me, a few hours from now. Right. Makes that very clear, which one is which. They're still full of heavy oil residue. I suppose it's because we're not actually doing anything with it yet. We've just given it the ability to go somewhere. It's still backing up. These are going to be orange pipes. Fuel. Now, the nice thing about fluids is that we can sit there and put a valve on that says, like, in this exact amount in this direction and this exact amount in that direction. So, the nice thing about fluids. Valves, you can set an exact flow amount. Now we just need to figure out the water for these. Because the water on these is going to be a little bit more interesting. According to the chart, we need 1,929. 0.31 divided by 120. That's an annoying number. Let's rethink this. How many blenders do we have? We should have 20, right? Yeah, 20. And they are consuming how much water each? 100. Wow, nice round number. Okay. 100 times 20. Got it. Nice round number. Divided by 120. Doesn't divide equally. If I overclock them all, still doesn't divide equally. Yeah. Well, there's another way to think about this. What would divide equally? 200. And that's only a slight overclock for a water collector, so 10 water collectors, overclocked just slightly, would be 1 per each group of 2 blenders. Right? Right? So every other blender. Solid land, that's going to be a problem. It moved at the last second. No. There. Go horizontal, then vertical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh! Oh, you startled me. Did I eat? Yes, I did eat earlier. And so made sure that I ate something before I got started streaming. It should be good until end of stream. Well, yeah, that's gonna be a little bit... you see that? But, on the flip side, it doesn't have to be right there, does it? A hydrate. Okay. 1 second. Coffee cup out. There we go. And stretch. Okay. 1 second. Why are you so cute? Because my model artist is very good. You should check him out. He's good. That's out of the way, right? Yeah. But it's over dry land. We can work around this problem. We can work around this problem. Let's start out over the water. First one's like right about there. Let's... have a gap there. That can work. That can work. It just avoids the problem entirely, you know? Why do we have radiation here? Oh. Thorium node. Why is there a thorium node on top of a mushroom spire thing? I asked too many questions. You asked so many questions, what answer should I choose? Is this Plato's heebie-jeebies or just existential blues? Let me try that one. That's still... Wow, that's bad positioning. Holy. Okay. Fine, I can work with this. Yep, I can work with that. 200 times 5, that's 1,000 of our 2,000 total. Now I just need to do the same thing on this side. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, here's to Earth. That's a fine Earth. Round. I'm just eyeballing it right now. It's a little wonky, but it'll do. I need a nipple. A power nipple, please. Engage the power nipple. The wedding is on Wednesday. Yeah. 200 per minute. Copy that setup. And come on, Lorba. Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of using the frame foundations as, well, they actually serve two purposes. One, it's giving me a guideline of like roughly where I need to put the water collector, but also stretch the exotic putty. But it's also like serves the dual purpose that it looks like it is a foundational support holding the factory up. Paste the setting. There we go. Oh yeah. Fuel is being produced. It's going to start consuming that heavy oil residue off of the HOR. Let's keep going! After the autosave. Waiting on you, dear. It's this Plato's heebie-jeebies. Existential blues. Wrong one. Come on. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I knew this was going to take a whole bunch of water, which is why I built it here, because a whole bunch of water. Now comes the difficult bit. Not nearly as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, problem solved. Alright, let's do the other side. Hi. You get to live today. Be grateful. Oh, I'm Cat and Bose. Who are you? You must be on lunch or something.
Ah, hello, Gordon.
Hello, Cat and Bose. Cat and Mitha. Yes. So glad you figured this out. So silly. Drop me in the water. I know, it's great. I've seen them live in person. Sploosh. Come on, keep it just slightly above the waterline, please. There we go. Getting water in my propellers here. Alright, I need an electrical nipple. That'll do. Now I need to connect it to something. Not that. Think this through. Think this through. Oh, for the love of... I'm off. I'm on my opening week. I've been up since 2 a.m. Oh. Oh, honey, darling, I'm sorry. Oh, hang on. I dropped my phone. When you finally buy your motorcycle, and hold on tight. I would love to own a motorcycle. That'd be amazing. My only problem is I hate driving. Like, just one of the things about being an adult, it's like, I understand the aesthetic. It is hot. I love it. Like, the dyke on the bike is absolutely my gender. But, like, the problem is I hate driving. First off, it's bad for the environment. Second of all, like, I'm a big fan of, like, walkable public spaces and public transit, which is all about, like, getting people off of the roads and, well, getting out of cars and driving and stuff. And, like, see, motorcycles are actually generally more efficient than driven vehicles, but the other thing is, like battery-powered motorcycles are a thing that exists. One of my friends has one. And that Mitha being not safe for work. Whoa. It's so hot. I mean, it might be different on a bike. Who knows? I mean, dikes on a bike are a thing that exists. Just saying. I've shown you video that I have taken from the Dyke March of the dikes on bikes, because it's like, it's so aggressively gender, you know? You know, of course, I do have issues. It's like, I hate driving, and, like, the dikes on bikes that are driving cop motorcycles, that I take issue with. But, you know, the issue is complex. It's nuanced. How many have I done? 1, 2, 3. I need to do 2 more. So let's put like one on each side here. Line them up. Do this properly, you know? The other problem, of course, is like battery electric motorcycles. It's sort of the same problem with like Teslas, you know? It's a band-aid. It doesn't actually solve the problem. The problem is we need to get people off the road and out of cars and using public transit. It's like, yeah. When the whole Tesla thing started, I'm like, okay, I'm cool with this because it's electric cars, but it's like, just as long as we don't stop at electric cars, because that's not the final answer. The final answer is, like, more public transit. But, no, people like Tesla and Musk just stopped at electric cars. It's like, okay, we're done now. We have saved the world. No, you fucking haven't. You fucking have not. And that's when I sort of fell off. You know, I was no longer supporting the whole Musk bandwagon, and this was before Musk turned out to be a fucking Nazi, and I sort of felt like morally and ethically justified as Musk started to go down his right-wing shift. But let's face it, the entire reason why Elon Musk turned into a right-wing shitbag is because he lost his wife to a trans woman. Just stating facts. Just stating facts. Same thing that you're not queer if you're a cop. Well, I actually disagree with that. I think it is possible that you are still queer. It's just... It is possible to be a traitor to your own kind. Because, like, the whole, like, pop theme is very much a thing in the queer community, but actually being a cop in the queer community, it's very sort of, oh, neoliberalism. It's just, oh, look, more women in cops. It's like more women in the military. It's like, no, can we have less of this? Just like we want less, like, it's solving the wrong problem. Same thing with Teslas. It's like, it's like, okay, it's a step, but we need to not stop there. We need to go further. Queer people, cops. It's like, no, we need to be getting rid of cops. We need to be getting rid of cars. Also, one person using a bike or a car doesn't solve any problems. Companies stopping walkable cities and buses are the solution. Having a motorcycle that you ride on weekends or whatever for fun has room in... I need to run an ad break. Let's gentle pause button. Be right back. Do a self-care. Be right back. Uh, Counterpoint, Cat and Bows, you can be, just not a good one. It's the whole neoliberalism thing where it's just like, oh well, actual progress is more women cops or more women CEOs. It's like, no, that's not good leftism. That's neoliberalism. It's not true. Like, it's sort of the difference between like neoliberalism and true progressives. Checking my chart again. Recycled plastic. It's the recipe. Essentially, to condense my other point is you don't have to feel bad about enjoying art. The issue in the country is the reliance on individual consumption will never reach company or industrial. I agree. It's just there's more to my feelings about driving than just personal pleasure. It's just I don't enjoy it. I personally find driving to be overstimulating. It sets my anxiety off very badly. And I generally prefer, wherever possible, to try and not drive. What can I say? I'm a passenger princess. You know what's sad about this whole thing? This entire build? It's all building up to... this whole thing is going to be building up to frickin' 8 blenders. At the end of the day. Blueprint, auto-connect. 2, 4, 6. What are you doing, game? Oh, good grief. Two, 4, 6. Come on. These guys are sort of the end game of this factory, which is heat fused frame. The amount of fuel that's going to go to this is the recycled plastic. It's 589. Put a valve on this. Five, 8, 9.39. It's almost 600. You know, it's a 600 pipe. But the other one is going over here to this line. I'm going to put a valve on this that's about, no, is exactly 240 a minute. Yeah, I didn't do that very well. Yep, there you go. It's the other thing the fuel's going to go towards. And that will about do that. And this is why, you know, doing these things single-handed doesn't work well. I'm going to need to do a loop around pipe. Both of these. But at least this whole thing is starting to move. Stuff is beginning to happen. Okay. So what's the recycle? Oh, the rubber. Okay. Cool. Cool beanie weenies. Oh, this is a very complicated project. Oh. I don't know if you're getting my point. I'm gatekeeping the terms dyke and queer. Not every LGBT person is allowed to use them. You have to also have the right politics for them and be actually connected into the community and working towards ending the community's suffering. Meow. I'm not a big fan of gatekeeping. I never have been, but I understand where you're coming from. Like, yeah, a person who is LGBT, and I don't like the idea of like robbing someone of something that is inherent and unchangeable about a person. Um, because again, the word you can't gatekeep the term LGBT catbos because it is something inherent to a person. You can't take it away from a person, even if they have fucking shitty politics. Which, let's be clear, there are plenty of LGBT people who are still LGBT and have very shitty politics. We're not immune from that more than any other community. We're not a monolith. Now, are their politics shitty? Absolutely. But do we say that they're not LGBT? I mean, let's use an example. Let's say Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner is a very shitty, toxic person. They have very shitty, toxic politics. But do you want to say that they're not trans? Do you want to say that she's not a woman? Because if you want to say that Caitlyn Jenner is not a woman, I'm going to fight you on that. I don't want queer to ever be mainstream. I don't think by definition that LGBT ever can be mainstream because, like, LGBT in its nature of what it is antithetical to the mainstream. Like, these two things cannot exist together. Like, the mainstream is heteronormative, is cisnormative. Like, these things cannot exist together. To be LGBT is to be not mainstream. I would never say you're not gay or yeah, okay, yeah. Because you use the word gatekeeping. And to me, the definition of gatekeeping something is to say that they are not that thing. The mainstream term. I'd have to get you to define it then, because I'm unclear on the distinction. If that makes any sense. Because to me, that sort of seems like a distinction without a difference, you know? Let's see, I don't think the valve does anything constructive, considering... So, 589, it's like it might as well be 600, and that's the pipe limit, so... Hashtag shrug. Close enough for government work. As long as I keep it limited to one source pipe, it's going to be close enough. Okay. Now we will have feed on the other end. And we will have plastic on it. LGBT is the everyone in the mainstream will use to define us. I think queer is the term for other leftist LGBT to use and call each other. Like, we'd never want the news to call lesbians dykes. So, the way I see the term dykes is it's a reclaimed slur. Yeah, it was used as a slur, but we have since, taken it back. So I would say that the mainstream... Yeah, the mainstream should not use it. They do not get to use that term. If the mainstream tried to use it, I would call them out on that as, like, yeah, that's shitty. That is not your word. You do not get to use it. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Full pipe network flush. It's starring out something. I'm not sure what that is. But it's not because auto mods, unless it's one of my block terms, which is entirely possible. I do have a few select terms that are blocked, but they're also auto ban, and you're a moderator, so it would not auto ban you. Or something. Those terms are our terms, and we use them to define ourselves if we feel they are empowering, and being a dyke has a lot of history and themes of activism, and all those things feel the same way about queer or something. Like how many women who called themselves dyke helped came in during the AIDS crisis. Yes, that's why L is on the front. Because no doctors would touch them. That's part of what it means to be a dyke. Culturally, yes. I would agree with that. So you're assigning a certain level of politics and political activism to the term dyke. still starring you out. Send me a DM with the word. Getting back to the build, let's see, nitric acid, 7 blenders. I might as well just call it 8 and make it call it a day, really. Yeah, again, my goal here is to get everything that's like refineries and blenders down here on the first floor. In fact, actually, let's not put it right here. Because it conflicts with that rock with the thorium on it. Let's just put it on the other side. Over here. This is actually advantageous because it puts us near the nitrogen node, which we're gonna need for the nitric acid. So this makes sense to me. And this is the nitric acid, so mark these. This swatch. And the funny thing about this is it takes water, but it's very little. Mostly the nitrogen gas. And I extend that to queer as well. There's a culture of resistance for being queer. That's why I gatekeep the term for some bigoted people. Also, I've whispered the word to you. Whispered on Twitch. Ah, yes, that is one of my banned terms. The reason for the reason why I banned that on the stream is because of hate raids still like to actively use it. Yes, I would consider that something that the community can absolutely and should reclaim, but there are certain things that I consider to be a boundary that are an autoban, and there are a few words in this stream that I consider, like, across that boundary, and that is one of them. And that's not because of the LGBT people using it, it's because of the cis people who try to use it as a slur. Because it's gatekeeping predicated on your actions, the thing you can control. No disagreement there. See, I like having these kinds of discussions. These are very intelligent discussions. I like these discussions. But I'm going to request that in my stream you just use the term F-slur. Totally fair. I don't use it for myself, but I totally understand not wanting that there. Yeah. There are a very few... See, I have a very personal history with the F-slur. It was used against me when I was a kid in school. So, to me, in my brain, it still has those connotations as this is a slur that is used against me. That is why it is on my banned terms list. Now, you're a moderator, so it's not going to auto-ban you. But anyone else that's not a moderator who attempts to use the F-slur in my channel will get auto-banned. There are a few terms in this channel that are auto-bans. That is one of them. Mostly because it's a really good, efficient way of... cool, so we're basically on the same page. Yeah. As usual, Kat, we tend to be on the same page on these things. See, words are tools in a toolbox. And you do not define yourself based on a tool. You use the tool to communicate ideas, and when the tool no longer serves you, yeah, you throw the tool in the field and go get drunk. And when somebody misuses a tool to hurt people with, well, you take it away from them and say, no, stop that, you piece of shit. And I just realized I also made a mistake here. These are not fluid only. They also have hard physical components. So I need to take this out and redo this. I have made a mistake. It just took me explaining the point a bit. Yeah. Now, do I have a blueprint for full-on Blender Town? No. I may need to go back to... I'm gonna need to fix that. I need to go back to, the other... Why is this still not rendering? There we go. Pop in. I love it. There's an adjacent factory nearby where I have all my blueprinters. I want to make a blueprint for this. Okay. The 2 blender is a Mark II blueprinter. Okay. So let's use the Mark II blueprinter for this. But I'm going to use... Yeah, fluid, solid, fluid, solid. Got it. Okay. So... let's see what I need to do to center this. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Say less goes down. Hmm. Oh, you're being horny on Maine. You're good, you're good. You're... I'm basically taking the Mark V version of this blueprint and I'm just updating it to Mark VI. Yeah, I've never made a blueprint for that before, but then I may have never, like, needed to before now. Or never wanted to? Okay. 2 blenders. Fluid and solid in. Fluid out. No, I want a solid out on them. Need to do some more work on this blueprint. Think of it. Blenders. Gonna use the color I used to code Mark 6 stuff. Mark 6. Belts and lifts. Fluid solid in, solid out. Modular load balancers. Mark 1 power. Mark 2 blueprinter. Yeah, I want to change this a bit. No, better idea. Better idea. Fluid solid in, fluid solid out. Set directory. Buildings. And here. Save. Clear the blueprint designer. Load. That one. And let's correct it. Me, horny on Maine, never. No, of course. I mean, I've been meaning to ask you, Cat and Buzz. What is going on with you and A stream where you were playing Burning Wheel? Is that like dead? Or were you hoping to get back to that at some point? Speaking of which, while I'm thinking about the topic, shout out TransXP TTRPG, which is the channel in question where that show was happening. Also where our Vampire the Masquerade is going to be having its finale on Friday. A bit of a frame rate dip there. Don't like that. It still builds. Oh, oh. There, now it's just a solid output. Which is what I wanted in the first place. That's not right. Now I'm just going to save the blueprint. Clear the blueprint designer. Okay. Now I have some blueprints to work with. Don't know why I never thought to make this blueprint before, but... you know, there it is. There's a solid input on that recipe too, isn't there? I think it's only one fluid. No, there's a fluid and a gas. Okay. I'd invite you on just to talk about this if you're not working. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Trying to line it up. Yeah, there we go. The way I had it earlier. Blueprint auto connect mode. 4, 6, 8. And we're all going to be using heat fused frames. So it's like we're going to be bringing in aluminum ingots on the train and making just a shitload of heavy modular frames, like 50 a minute. And piping some down here to feed this line. Sort of the general plan here. And then this is going to be our final product output here on this end. I feel like I need to redo this, though. Because once I remembered that solids were a thing, that this blueprint does not have solids in it, I need to redo this. Unfortunately, this is a big part of doing, like, a new factory. There's going to be a fair amount of, like, trial and error until you figure out exactly how you want it to go, how it needs to be, logistically, mechanically. Okay. Nitric acid is a fluid output. And that's literally the one blueprint that I didn't make. You know, at this point, Blueprint Designer Mark II. Blorp. I'm not going to the nuclear power station to use the blueprinter. Let's load up this bad boy here. Meet the cat is being horny on secondary objective. What does that mean? DMs? This one, we're just gonna go blurp. Blurp. And what I might do here, actually, going back to that discussion we were having earlier, let's drop one of these bad bitches down. And see if my... Ow! See if my theory was correct. Why is that not connected? Apparently pipes have a minimum length. Okay, and this one is a fluid-only output. Clear. Meow. Hey, it's a Lord Tavish. Did you eat today? Yes, I did. I want to do more solo campaigns with Ace. Work has just been destroying my spoons, and Ace has been moving. Oh, that's right. God damn. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Two blenders, fluids, in fluid output. Bork? Bork, bork? Bork, bork? Sorry for sharing that drink last night, by the way. Why are you sorry? What? What? Why are you sorry for that? What? Did it actually connect? No, it did not. Maybe they did this. Nothing connected there. Have to move you. Stretch! Alright. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. Also, why is flavored sugar water and ice taste so good? Because sugar. Real sugar. Not that fake artificial shit. So, yeah, pipe autoconnect only works with stackable pipeline supports. What the hell? That's nonsensical, honestly. It's like, who the fuck wrote this then? Wait a minute, what? It's auto-connect. What'd you put? What?
What? What the fuck? Hello there.
Literally, we just established that if you put two of those things next to each other, they don't auto-connect. But here...
Little son! Little son!
You're mocking me, aren't you? So, apparently... one pipeline support and a T-junction will auto-connect. I have so many questions. Sorry, bear with me, chat. This is bothering the fuck out of me. Why was it coded like this? Okay. So what I did was I took that out. That's all I did. And then that auto-connected on that end. Now I know how I made this blueprint. Notice they're at very precise heights. take some of these off for a minute. I want to test something now. We will do it live, on air, with chat watching. Okay. I made a series of pipe stands on one end. I'm going to connect the pipes. Put these back in. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, so that it reaches the end of the blueprint, which is right there, because there's like a 1 meter segment that is extraneous on either end of this particular blueprint, because that's sort of all it needs to do. I'm going to save this blueprint, clear the designer. All right, chat. We're going to test our theory. I'm picking all of this up. Okay. It's all picked up. Now, let's try this again. With the updated blueprint. Blueprint auto connect. Look at that. Look at that, chat. Live while chat is watching? So lewd. Yeah, exactly. That auto connects. Okay, okay. So you just need to put it on one end. You need to put either a stackable pipeline support or regular, ground-based pipeline support on one end to indicate to the system this is where pipes interconnect. And it's like, okay, boom. We have pipe interconnections. Let's... Okay, hang on. I'm gonna do an ad break, because Twitch wants to do an ad break. I'm still absolutely mind blown here that it's like we figured out at least part of the problem. So it's like we've now made Blueprint Auto Connect like it fucking worked. But it's just so sort of weird and wonky, the things you have to do to make it work. Also, don't look at chat. I'm taking... I close... Atmo's over here being spicy in the chat. Okay, somewhere in the middle of being non-binary, yeah. You sort of occupy the same general, like, gender territory as our friend Azure Pyrostyle. And that's cool, that's valid. I'm gonna run that ad break though. Be right back. 5-minute back break. And yeah, my thing reset. There we go. I demandeth more booba. Well, I mean, we might be able to do something with that. So, we've done that with the fluid output one, and that was really the one that I wanted to do it on, but can we do it on the other? I realize this is absolutely not the project we signed up for today, but, like, now my autistic brain is like, can I do this exact same thing on the other blueprints? Let's do the solids. Now that I know how to modify my blueprints to make it so that the auto-connect works... Well, I mean, ultimately, I want to do it across my entire... Whoa! Ace! Speak of the lad and he appears! I didn't know you were streaming! You must have started while I was... Oh, while I was streaming. Hey! We're here to cause some chaos on a chill stream. Welcome in, Ace and Raiders. Hey! Ace just raided in with 3 viewers.
Also, hello, Raiders. Oh my god.
Let's do a shout out. Ace Kuragami. Everybody follow the button.
Can chat hear me?
They should be able to. I'm seeing line levels for you. I preset that in the break. Aye, says Ace. Yeah. So yeah, we're just doing a chill little stream today. It's like I originally said I was gonna build a factory, and to be fair, I got started. But then,
Mitha, I don't think you have my Fuji React up.
You know what? 1 second.
Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly.
Can I hear you?
I mean...
Test. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly. Can you hear me? Hang on.
Why can't I hear me?
Oh, because my voice activation was not turned on. That's why.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Yeah, you've been audible this whole time. Everyone on stream hears you.
Awesome. Also, unfortunately, chat, I have now put clothes on.
And, well, I suppose I should do my little thing. You're here, your friend, unlike what happened to a week and a half ago? What? What was this about? Do I dare even ask? Anyway. Hi, I'm MithaVT. I'm a druid Tigers VTuber. I'm a furry that runs the internet. I'm a variety streamer who loves retro games, TTRPG, and indie games. I'm a video editor, and I'm all about making unapologetically queer and trans punk content. I'm furry and very LGBT. And we strive to make a safe space that everybody is safe here. Welcome in. Yeah, we were... I'm very sort of, like, my brain is hyper-fixated on this idea of, like, fixing all my blueprints so that the auto-connect works now that I've sat down
Know that it exists.
Hmm?
Know that it exists.
I mean, I know it exists, but it's just... I've been frustrated because it wasn't working. And it's like, oh, now I've figured out, like, how to make it work. In, you know, to a sort of a limited degree, you know?
Nice.
The rules are very kind of janky and weird, and I don't know why it was programmed this way. But it's like, okay. the more I figure out the my mic wasn't picked up when you and I did the BG. So PlayStation being dumb? Was that on my stream or yours? What is this game about? Okay, so this game is a first-person factory builder. It's about building, roaming around an alien planet and building factories to make stuff. That's the long and the short of it. There is an overall plot about, like, saving Earth and there's themes about colonialism because you're literally colonizing an alien world in space. And there's also some themes about climate change because the corporation wants you to do things in such a way where the inevitable result of corporate exploitation is going to be the exact same thing that happened to Earth, which is, eventually the planet becomes uninhabitable for people because of the dumping of tons of carbon into the atmosphere.
Also, Mitha, whenever you get a chance, if you could turn on the Fuji React for me.
Right. You reminded me about that just a second ago, and I immediately forgot. 1 second.
All good, dear.
Active. There you are. Fuji React is there.
Have a good night, Selena. Hope you have a good day.
I need to go as my internet is lagging. Mini girl kisses. Yay! Yes, girl kisses. And I think you will appreciate this, Cat, because I know you have a certain affinity for the blueprinting.
I wouldn't say I have an affinity. I enjoy to make it as dumb as possible, but yeah.
I mean, there is a certain class of Satisfactory player that are all about how much can I cram in this few meters of space on the blueprinter.
I mean, I think it's just emblematic of what type of queer I am.
How much can you fit?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, I'm gonna save that. Clear the blueprinter.
That's a time for George Decay.
I mean, I have a routine for that. Go into the soundboard.
That's why I'm looking for it.
It's so funny. I was teaching my chat about some native stories. Cool. And now you're playing a game about colonization.
Oh my.
That's the secret, Ace. All of the games are about... every game is about colonization.
I mean, that and capitalism, but I repeat myself.
Exactly.
They're basically the same thing in the end. They're all tools of the same thing. Now, I've sort of taken to playing it in a way where, since, like, I've heavily modded the game, and that's why I call this series Satisfactory Heavily Modded. And I sort of play it off as, first of all, unionization. The various, like, employees have unionized together and they have shared new blueprints of their own, which is the way I sort of roleplay off the blueprinting system and the mods.
Well, blueprinting is in the original game, but not your new clean energy stuff.
Yeah, and specifically the refined power, where, like, this world is using no fossil fuel burning at all. There is no burning of fossil fuels. We're not dumping any carbon into the atmosphere. There was a little bit during the early stage where we had to use some coal burners to get our power up, but then at the moment I wanted to replace those, I absolutely did. And this power grid is entirely green. It's geothermal and hydroelectric and Misogyn weird ass power things, and there is a nuclear setup.
Which hot take. I personally don't think it's a hot take because it's just mathematically correct in most cases. But most places should just have 80 to 90% of their power coming from nuclear.
Well, you know why they don't.
McCarthyism and fear of the Cold War.
Okay, why is it not?
Maybe not
working?
McCarthyism, but definitely fear of the Cold War.
Well, there were a lot of like scares.
And fear mongering. Mm-hmm.
Well, there were a lot of scares about like 3 Mile Island and stuff, various reactor accidents, but a lot of that is actually just companies cheaping out.
Yeah, companies cheaping out, humans fucking up. That wasn't nuclear being unsafe. And there's a really great Kyle Hill video about it, basically talking about how we have solved the nuclear waste problem. We see the videos on like The Simpsons or whatever the fuck, and it's all those like gross yellow barrels, and we shove them to the bottom of the earth, and the reality is couldn't be further from the truth. It's incredibly safe, we make it incredibly safe, incredibly inert.
It's just the problem is like American corporations do not want to use that technology. Like,
yeah, because it costs less money, and they can't make money off of it, so they prop up oil and gas.
Right. Like, much of the EU is running on nuclear. Like, France is a good example.
Yeah, France sells them a good chunk of their power to other European countries because they make so goddamn fucking much of it.
Right. And most of it comes from nuclear, and they've got it refined to the point where it is very safe, and they're recycling.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if there is a minor bit of waste or unsafe things that have happened, but the majority, I don't know enough about the history, but I know that I would be shocked to learn if anything unsafe in the past like 30, 40 years has happened in France. It just doesn't happen anymore because we know what we're fucking doing.
There's a certain amount of nuclear waste product which is unrecyclable, but it is now at a point where that is an extreme minority. And it's mostly like, these are things that were like clothes or equipment that were used by somebody and have been contaminated. And eventually we'll find a way to recycle those. Like, there's a certain like idea that it's like, humans can't figure these things out, and it's like absolutely.
We already have.
Like, it's absolutely not true. It's like humans have figured out a lot of these problems. It's like the whole idea that like humans couldn't have possibly have built the pyramids, and it's like, and so it had to be space aliens.
It's such a fucking loser ass take.
Yeah, it's like it's the assumption that, I mean, honestly, it's white supremacy.
Yeah.
Because it's like brown people cannot be smart.
Brown, indigenous peoples or like ancient peoples or whatever, I mean, can't possibly be smart.
Yeah, and it's a fucking white supremacist mindset, and I hate it. There we go. That said, Stargate was an absolute hell of a movie, and I loved it, even though it was like a movie and TV series, even though it was very like raw military raw. At the time, it's just from a writing perspective, it was very fresh, it was very new. And I love its themes about humans killing gods. Because, of my history with religion.
And playing Final Fantasy?
Well, it also has that same theme about, mere mortals killing gods, because the gods are actually not good.
Mm-hmm. All of my besties kill gods together.
And also, it's not entirely like limited to FF14 either. I will point you at Guild Wars 2.
Oh yeah.
Like, there is an expansion that you have not yet gotten to. But promise, it's in there.
I mean, killing gods is a pretty time-honored tradition of all MMOs and just video games in general.
True. I mean, just look at the char.
Yeah.
What was I working on? Ah, right. These are our fused frames. I just like having, you know, it's nice to have somebody to talk to. Like, I have, like, chat is there. And, like, I'm hoping Ace is still out there. But, you know, if you need to take a self-care break, I have some.
Yeah, please self the fuck out of some care.
We are very big on the self-care in this channel. Okay, that is the top pipe is this one. Let me grab this. Now I can walk and chew gum at the same time. In fact, I'm going to give you a little bit of an inside scoop. When I am playing a tabletop game, no matter what it is, I may be putzing around in Satisfactory just so I have something to do with my autistic hands.
Mm-hmm. I do the same thing on occasion, but usually with 14.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing random, like, because there's so much, like, busy work, which I do mean in a bad way, but it's like, it is something to keep my mind active that is a part of my special interest video game right now, and so I do enjoy doing it, you know? And so, like, it's mostly something to do with my hands that I don't have to pay attention to, you know? Which is, I enjoy, ultimately.
One of the nice things for me is, like, I can put this down, I can walk away, and everything's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. Wow, I hate that. Wow, thanks, I hate it.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Tavish. My autistic hands is for murder. I don't know, what have you been murdering lately? I presume in Minecraft?
My autistic hands are for kissing girls.
You know what, that's fair.
I don't know how you kiss girls with your hands, but I'll figure it out one of these days.
Lips for kissing girls, hands for holding girls. ... profit.
Exactly.
Okay, there we go. I don't know why I'm sitting here fixating on the end of the production chain, but, like...
I have a suggestion.
Yeah?
You might be a little autistic.
Yeah. I mean, neurospicy is in my tags for a reason.
Yeah. And we love you for it.
What I should do, though, I should go into the stream information and go loop at Attenbose. Bork.
Oh, you hear the Bubby.
I hear the Borker. The Borker is borking.
He has lots of things to say, and they're all anti-capitalist.
Oh, good, good. Perfect. I approve. Now, let's see. This line is not moving. Why is this line not moving? Oh. Because this one's full. Well, I guess that makes sense. Freaking Borkin. I was planning on putting all of the solid stuff on another floor. Let me check my schematic to make sure I got all the fluid stuff. Oh, no, there's still some more fluid stuff. The Petrocoke. I forgot the Petrocoke. I forgot a couple of things. Wow. Okay, well, need to move this. All right, let's make a to-do list here. Petrocoke, 24 refineries. So we did recycled plastic. Now there's also recycled rubber, and there are 37 of those? That's going to be an annoying number. No worries, I can figure it out. See anything else that's fluids-based? No. Okay, so that's the stuff I need to put on this floor. Then the upper floors I'm going to be able to whip out in no time flat because it's all solids. This floor is going to be... First floor is fluids, second floor is solids, third floor is train station.
Train.
Trains! Trans and trains, trains and trams.
So, Mitha, I hear you like trains.
Yeah. What is it?
Oh, nothing. I just...
You're just making a statement?
Mm-hmm. Also, damn, your factories are always so fucking clean.
Well, thank you, actually. I really appreciate that. This is sort of... I mean, it's my build style.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it's just a lot of, like, building, starting over, and sort of refining my style each time I do. And I kind of like watching other people playing this game because I can see it. I can just sit there and watch them coming up with whatever their style is in real time. Particularly if they're new to the game. This one's a solid output. Squeaky chair.
So I'm sorry.
Squeaky chair. Need to get some WD-40 in that thing.
This thing is pretty fucking old.
Yeah, but also WD-40 exists.
This is true. Can I build that to the expense report?
Yes, actually. I mean, ultimately, finances are Silver's responsibility, but I don't.
They're also kind of mine.
I don't see why.
I am attempting to be the accountant.
Then,
keeping the accounts is at least my responsibility.
then I ask the question, why the fuck not?
I don't know. Fraud.
WT-40 isn't that expensive. Also, be gay, do crimes.
You're right.
Azure just
Yeah.
sent a message saying, according to TikTok data, the shorts that do the best are the ones that joke or mention about dicks or somebody getting fucked or sucked.
Yeah, that sounds about right for our channel
That
and our
sounds
audience.
about right for our audience, yeah. Yeah, that tracks with our audience. It feels weird because it's like I'm the like lesbian ace one over here, but it's like, ugh, okay, well,
I mean, all of you are kind of ace. I'm the only
Ace Kuriyami is literally ace.
mhm.
But
You're ace. Silver's demi. I don't know if Azure, what box Azure puts himself into on that spectrum, actually.
questioning, queer and questioning, I would think. From my understanding of the lad.
Yeah.
There was also some discussion about bi or pan.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. This nipple is insufficient. I require more nipple.
You always got to get more nipples.
I've never understood why some straight guys are just like, "Ugh, you can't
Like,
have
bro, are you nipple maxing or
gatekeeping nipples at 2. Hashtag furry.
that's why we got to be like the dog girls and get 6? Dogs have 6 nipples, right?
I am not intimately familiar with the we know a veterinarian.
This is true.
We literally know a vet.
Vet tech, but same difference.
Vet tech. Yeah. Okay, the inputs on this one are fuel. Fuel and plastic. You know, I just realized something, chat. The fuel's all right there, and so's the plastic.
It's so fantastic.
I shouldn't have put it on this side.
Oh. All right. All good. Completely calculated. I'm playing Mahjong and I discarded a very valuable tile.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I think it was correct, but I'm not positive. And it was scary.
That's right.
So I was asking them not to kill me. To please not pick up the pile and call Ron.
There was a new patch on 14, wasn't there?
There was.
Yeah, I need to at some point.
That was a terrible Rigi. Or I'm a genius. I'm a genius? Da. I think I still have. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still in Tempai if I'm even not if I'm in on Rigi. So that was a bad Rigi. That's fine.
I have no idea what any of these words mean.
I'd be happy to teach you Mahjong if you want. I might make you deal with the weird anime girls, but... I mean, mostly because I think it's the best English client to play it, and even... Like, I don't like 14's.
You don't like 14's client for it?
No.
I keep hearing that 14 has a really good client for it.
I should play with it more, but I find Mahjong Soul to be much easier to understand. I think it's also because the Mahjong, Ricci Mahjong on 14 doesn't have the English number of the tile in the top right, and I don't think that's a setting you can turn on. So if you don't speak Japanese, it can be a little obtuse. It
seems like a translation issue.
Yeah.
A localization error.
Like, it's the... I mean, you count the tiles, right? But there are a set of tiles that are the kanji, I think it is, for the Japanese symbols, right?
Yeah, kanji.
Kanji. That have the kanji on them of 1 through 9. And so if you speak Japanese, that's obviously very readable. The rest of them are just number of circles and number of bamboo sticks, which are a lot easier to count, but I still find it a lot easier to have the number on the top right to not just confuse the shit out of myself. Also, that's so annoying. I made the correct play, and 2 people have discarded the card that was risky to discard based on the math of the game, and it would have won for me if I kept it. If I did the less correct play. Basically, when you're waiting for a win, you're in Tempai, and if someone discards the tile you need to win, you call Ron. They discarded the tile I needed, but I went for the one that has multiple weights, which means I had a possibility of multiple tiles to get discarded, which is more likely to happen, if that's making sense. You would rather have the opportunity to win off of 2 tiles being discarded versus 1.
Gotcha.
And 2 people the first person discarded it, realized it was safe, and it was fine, but the first one was egregious. I'm also, playing in an incredibly low rank, one above the bottom rank. So it's not like anyone knows what they're doing here, and I certainly don't. But I'm trying to learn the math and theory of it all, to get better.
We should start doing streams of this. I'm sitting here trying to figure out
what.
There is this very interesting and weird quirk in oil mechanics in Satisfactory, where if you do multiple rounds of processing and reprocessing the oil and adding in literally the same ingredients over and over again, you get more and more and more output. Because of, like, quirks in the recipes, they actually have greater output than you put into them, which is technically not possible in reality, but it's mathematically possible in the video game.
Okay, to be fair, I lost there, but that was an unsafe discard. So I deserved that. Just giving you a play-by-play of something you're not watching.
Fair enough. Now, the question is, am I supplying enough fuel to this? Because it's a full 600 pipe to the recycled plastic, but it's a one... No, I am not supplying it enough fuel.
Is this the run where you can't craft anything? Or are you doing that at a later point?
I'm not doing that yet, but I am thinking very much of doing that. For chat's benefit, I was thinking of doing a run of Satisfactory, maybe after this one, where it's a challenge run where I set myself a rule of no handcrafting at all whatsoever. Like, I've done challenge runs before. I did the absolutely no carbon fuels run. That was a run that I did.
How do you get it off the ground?
Well,
You basically don't have any power, right?
refined power.
Is there a stage 1 refined power?
You basically, for that challenge, was doing handcrafting up to the point where you can use wind turbines.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna need to... We have a 600 pipe that is supplying this. But we need... We're supplying 600 here, in theory. But we need to bring in another 400. This is the one that is limited to 240. It only needs 240. I believe I have a valve here that is doing that. 240. So, probably tee it off here. If that makes sense logically.
Yeah.
I just don't have to wander around the whole factory the long way. Mitha, you did this to yourself. I know. God damn it. Okay. Here I go. So here's a question. This was a question I was going to ask chat, but since I have you, I'm going to ask you too. And it's like, chat, you are included in this. So BDS recently came out with a thing where they were asking gamers to boycott certain games, specifically anything that is owned by the Microsoft Corporation and its
Who's
subsidiaries.
BDS?
Boycott, divest, and sanctions. They are strictly, like, their whole thing is anti-Israel as the state to try and get them
Okay.
you know, fucking stop committing genocide in the Middle East. Follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So they put out a thing recently that says, hey, we want people to start boycotting Microsoft games. Specifically Xbox. Now, I hadn't heard about this very much until somebody pointed it out to me. And I put it out on my Blue Sky, and I put it in my stream server, Discord. So, moral and ethical question. How do I treat other streamers who are, you know, streaming those games?
That is an interesting question.
And chat, you're welcome to pitch in on this one. In fact, I welcome you pitching in on this one. What is the moral and ethical thing to do here? Like, the way I sort of look at it is I look at it from the Harry Potter lens. Like, what if it was a Harry Potter game and they were streaming it?
I think it's slightly more complicated than the Harry Potter thing, because they're not streaming a game where its creators, like developers wise, not just publisher wise, have direct ties to Nazis, TERFs, transphobes, etc. Also, the game is pretty racist in itself.
It's true. However, the reason why this sanctions
That's obviously a lot more cut and dry. It's the publisher in this case, not necessarily the developer. Or am I misunderstanding?
Oh, essentially, Microsoft is, like, actively giving money to Israel.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's ultimately good.
The The boycott, I presume you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
But it's
Especially
like,
if that's something they're doing.
yeah.
But
So it's like, how do you treat other streamers who are actively streaming other Microsoft games? You know, essentially giving air and money to a company that is pouring money and resources into a nation state that is currently committing a genocide.
yeah,
And
it's difficult.
Ace Kirigami, in your audience, I absolutely want you guys to jump in on this. Like, what's the right way to handle this? Because obviously there's a certain amount of, well, do they know?
I think that's kind of the first question I would ask. I think if it's somebody you don't know or you don't personally follow, I would just ignore. But if it's someone you have a personal relationship, I think that's a different question.
True. Because Microsoft owns a lot of very popular properties, like the Fallout series, or like they own Bethesda, so like your Skyrims.
Yeah.
Minecraft. In fact, Minecraft was one of the ones that was very explicitly called out by BDS.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there are so many streamers that I know
Mm-hmm.
that have, you know, their Minecraft thing going on. Like, a lot of them have their own personal Minecraft server.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if I were to do something like that with my stream, it'd be a Satisfactory server. Just putting that out there. Like, I was not anti-Minecraft until the PDS thing happened. Then it's like, okay, yeah, that pushed me over the line. Now I'm anti-Minecraft. But that's mostly because Microsoft is funding a genocide. You know, helping fund a genocide. And I'm not gonna, like, call out specific people right now because I think that's a pretty toxic thing to do, so I'm not gonna do that, but,
Yeah. Ultimately, I think the question is, I would ignore the streamers that you don't know, and I would try to do something and have a conversation with the ones that you do know and want to know that are for this kind of thing. And you hope they don't know and hope for the best, prepare for the worst kind of situation would be my take.
yeah. This is one of those things where it's like, it's difficult having a moral backbone.
Yeah.
It's sort of, I kind of want to approach it from the point of view of start a conversation.
Yeah.
And see where it goes. If they backlash badly, then it's like, maybe this is a streamer that I don't want to associate with. Another point of view to look at this same issue is AI. There is a popular tool used by a lot of streamers called Frosty Tools. It is AI.
Yeah.
You know, it's using large language model stuff to just, you know, by scraping people's stuff, it creates various responses, you know, or however you define it. The problem is that this starts getting more complicated because there are quote-unquote AI tools that are literally just using a person's voice to, have a little character that says lines, and that's not scraping or stealing anything. So I don't really have an issue with those, but the ones that are scraping your site and your stuff to generate responses, it's like, okay, well, that's a different story. That's a bit more morally questionable. And it's like, how do you approach those things? And again, I feel like the only good solution I have so far is like start the conversation.
Yeah.
What is the punk thing to do, I guess? Okay, that's the nitric acid line. This is running. That is not. This is not because it's full. Well, because we need to do one more line here, which is the Petrocoke line. Just realized something. That needs to be 37 refineries. I only built 24. I literally had it in my notes on the screen, and I forgot about it.
Excuse me.
Oh, void the vault, chat. Well, that was a miss. There we go. So, 37 minus 24. That's 13. Once 37. Let's start with getting to 36 first. Okay, 24, 28, 32. Well, the good news is it hasn't crashed yet.
The video game?
Yeah. So one of the things that happened last week was the whole, like, OBS crashed midway through Satisfactory. Oh. Which wants to run an ad break. But, I was running it in DX12 mode. I'm trying DX11, and the same with DRG, my system just seems to be more stable when running DX11 than DX12.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if it's a quirk with this video card or what. But first things first, I'm going to run an ad break. Be right back,
Is your
everybody.
video card a quirked up white girl with swag busting it down silly style? I don't know.
I'm going to an ad break. we are back.
Hello. We're here to bork anti-capitalist sentiment at you.
And we are. Although I might do it meowingly, not borkingly.
This is true. The borking is more Ace's job, which I don't believe he's here anymore.
Probably not.
I wish to encourage you to make better choices.
I can be a bit of a puppy girl if I want. As a treat.
I don't think anybody saw that, Chad.
Saw what?
Exactly.
Who's on first?
I don't know who's on second.
I thought it was what's on second.
What?
Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know's on third. I don't know the rest of the bit off the top of my head. Who's on first? What's on second? Today's the catcher? Tomorrow is the pitcher? Or I don't know is the shortstop because they keep saying third base. I think.
I swear this mod is going to kill me. Again. I'm thinking of taking it back out.
What mod?
Don't you say a goddamn thing, Ada. The Satisfactory death loop cycle.
I'm very sorry.
I need to fucking finish the hypertube pipe that goes out to this new factory, or this is going to keep happening.
Generally advised.
Because right now it ends sort of in a place where it just shoots me off into oblivion.
Why is there so much radiation? Obviously those, but
because that particular factory there, that's the nuclear power plant.
gotcha.
Now the problem is, for whatever reason with this mod, whenever I'm using the hover pack and I set down, I take fall damage.
Weird.
And that's causing me problems. Like, I take the hover pack off, I land normally. Ow! Ow!
Sorry, did you
honey.
hear that?
Yeah, that. Ooh.
I'm kind of brain dead from work, so I'm not paying attention to the noises my brain is my actions are making. I'm sorry.
All good, all good. Just letting you know that is extremely
Yeah.
audible. Like, not even the filters are filtering that out.
I've
Although
switched to Twitch talk.
I thank you, I appreciate. I do understand being brain dead from work. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Now that we have ended the death loop cycle, we should have production lines that are just full of rubber and plastic. And it looks like we do. These things have just come to a screeching halt because they're full. Which is honestly pretty much exactly what was supposed to happen. Now, we're going to do the petrocoke. That's the only remaining fluid thing. And it looks like we will have spent pretty much this entire stream just doing the fluid side of this factory. But I don't know that the solid side is really going to be that much interesting. We've done a whole lot of solid side factories before in this series. Y'all have seen how I build that stuff. I think I just do that off stream because it's less interesting, and y'all got to see the more interesting part where it's like I'm actively figuring out, you know, the most basic part of building a new factory. Which was kind of what I wanted to really feature and show. My process and going through and doing it, you know? I think we did that. Okay, here's one for you, Cat and Buzz. The streamers who are either using AI on the stream or playing Microsoft games banned by the BDS movement are also trans.
Yeah, give them some grace, give them some information, see what they do with it.
So we're on the same mindset on that one.
As you like to say, give them some rope, see if they hang themselves. It's a little gruesome in a trans context, of course, but
yeah, bit bad when putting it in context of trans people, but yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't like that phrase because that's usually used for abusers, you know? But
yeah,
it's the first thing that came to my mind right now.
this feed is going to be entirely heavy oil residue. We're just outputting the extra heavy oil residue and making petrocoke, and the petrocoke is going to get used to make steel. Well, let me talk a little bit about plans for the week. Plans for the week are pretty much, I've sort of settled into a pattern. We're going to play Command & Conquer tomorrow on stream. And I'm planning Thursday to be DRG. I'm still absolutely having a blast with DRG. Not 100% sure who's going to be on stream for DRG. That's still being discussed. The only one I know for sure is Azure. Azure was absolutely
A mining lad.
Yes. The dwarves, they yearn for the mines. Specifically the mines where they get to shoot giant bugs. And giant robots, apparently.
The raccoons, they yearn for the mimes.
Yearn for the mine? Lol, what?
I don't know, something absurdist.
Great success! This part is because the little hump in the pipe, it sort of acts as to discourage backflow. Just because of gravity. Right, these guys are going to be Petrocoke. This should enable us to recycle much of the remaining heavy oil residue in the system. Because there are no waste products in this line. Everything will get used. Nothing's going to be put into the awesome sink. Nothing wasted. God damn it. And I think we just continue following our color palette. Here we go. Honestly, I think I'm going to use green on this one just because why the hell not? Like the one color I haven't used. So, yeah. There you go, Chad. That's sort of what it ends up looking like. That's a lot of refineries. Oh my god.
Damn, girl, is that a refinery or are you just happy to see me?
A lot of refineries. It's a lot of refineries. I also need to turn your volume down slightly. You are peaking in my OBS, I have you turned up 200%. That would be why.
My audio does have problems of fluctuating.
Yes, this is one of my issues I have with your audio setup. It's that it seems to fluctuate with great frequency. And yet, for some reason, whenever I go to take your audio and do editing on raw audio from you in DaVinci, it's always below everyone else. I think because Discord winds up getting used as a preamp.
Yeah. I'm working to fix that problem. I think it's a lot to do with I have a podcast mic, so I need to be doing more podcast things with it.
I mean, you kind of are.
What I mean by that is talking into it like it's a podcast mic.
Yeah, that makes sense. You'd have to, speak into it the way you would expect to speak into a podcast mic.
Yeah, and I wiggle a lot,
But you would need some like noise or movement dampening on the mic to really have that be okay.
Yeah.
This is the incoming oil feed from the oil extractors. So I'm just going to put a carbon steel finish on these pipes. Make it very visible which pipes those are. I will probably take a lot of these modular load balancers off the front end of the source end of refineries that don't actually have a solid source, like these heavy oil refineries, or the heavy oil residue refineries here. And during the week, I'll probably work on putting the solids side of the process, probably up on the second floor, which is mostly just making the encased industrial beams and making the heavy frames that are going to get put into these blenders here. The nitric acid, I suppose, I mean, that's one we could set up, like, right now. Because that's fluid floor, right? The aluminum ingot's going to be coming in by train from a different factory.
Trains.
Trains!
Train simulator, bitch, motherfucker, don't you know?
I mean, that's basically what Satisfactory is to me. It's train simulator. The only difference is, like, my trains are actually hauling stuff for a purpose. I wonder if I should just submit a bug report on this particular mod, because I like this mod, but I don't like that every time I come in for a landing on the hover pack, it causes fall damage. That's my one major issue.
I mean, I think bug reports are good.
Yeah. So on the whole, I think the DirectX 11 experiment was a success. It does seem to be, I think your push to talk is...
Yes, it has been. I was done with my Slurpee shaped thing, and so I'm no longer slurping into the microphone.
Gotcha.
but I of course can for the right price.
Don't do that for free, babe.
Yeah, I said
Paid
for the
for
right
that.
price.
Now, knowing me, I could keep working on this all night.
Yes.
But, yes, and have, and do, often. But, I'm going to need to stop and do a self-care, because
That
I
is very
mentioned-
important.
I mentioned tummy rumblies earlier. So I should probably
You
do
should
something
try
about
your
that.
best to fix your tumby rumblies.
Yes, probably here. This might go in this direction. Good. My one problem with pipes is I can't do anything straight.
I mean, that just sounds like you in general. All right. You raiding out?
Well, no, but I should.
Can I encourage my friend to take care of herself?
Yes, yes, you can. Especially considering Selena Foxwolf is in here to do it. And knowing me, I will just keep going. I will just keep going all night long, and it's like not healthy and a hydrate.
This is
There we
me.
go. Distraction dance.
Attempting to get you to self-care.
All right.
Cheese.
Here, I'll make you think about cheese. That'll make you want to go get food.
And it's working. All right. Let's do a save of stream save.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Yeah, but the one problem is there's no food in space.
Space!
What are you talking about? There's lots of food.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Cute alien girls? I don't know.
See, that's something
Fictional
different.
fruit?
Yeah, but the problem is it's fictional. I can't eat fictional food.
Look, I don't know. Like, I don't know exactly where I land on the Fermi paradox. You know,
You are not in control of any percentage of the world or the galaxy's energy. So, not a number.
no. What's the one where it's like, statistically speaking, there should be more intelligent. There should be more life out there, but we haven't found it yet. So, what does that mean? Is that the Fermi paradox?
Yeah, that's the Fermi paradox.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's alien food out there somewhere we could eat and hunt.
or
find
even just
magic drugs that heal you and resurrect you.
I mean, just statistically speaking, even if there's no intelligent life out there in the universe and we're actually all alone, there still could be those things. They don't
Exactly.
they aren't necessarily attached to the existence of alien life. These are different concepts. Anyway,
So I would argue we have intelligent life right here on Earth. They're called octopuses and crows.
please, dolphins exist.
Yeah, but dolphins are assholes.
So are humans.
That's true. Does being an asshole make you an intelligent life?
A Venn diagram. Being an asshole and being intelligent are things that can overlap.
All right.
And it's like
Go-
humans
go-
are in
go
there
raid
and dolphins
somebody.
are in there.
Go raid somebody and go get food.
Oh, I'm absolutely already decided who I'm gonna raid. Because she was in this chat earlier, and I asked her when she was gonna stream next, and, well, she answered my question. Everybody, please give MithaVT all my love and support to the cutest monkey girl ever, and take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet, because if we don't, oh boy, nobody else will.
What is the Satisfactory corporation called?
Fix it?
Yeah, Fix It will, and we know what happened.